Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people here. I hope you had a fantastic day so far, and I hope we have also like an interesting program point for today, which is a little watch party, which was suggested, I think in a Twitch stream or something, that after releasing the last video, which is also called The Hunt for Gollum and Balin's Expedition to Moria, we go deep into this lore part, that we watch the fan film from 2009 called The Hunt for Gollum, which I interestingly have not seen yet. As preparation, I looked a little bit into it to see what I was getting into, but I have not seen it, so it will be interesting. I hope sound is good. And yeah, welcome everybody in chat and who might lurk in the corners. Hello, Mart and Silmarillion, Nikita, excuse me. And Joe is also here, Time Lord. And also in Twitch chat, we have Emery and Balder and Rosemary. Welcome, welcome. And potentially other people who might lurk in the background, welcome to you as well. Glad to see you here. I'm not playing the piano, so there was just some YouTube music audio library stuff, which you can use for YouTube videos, and it does not get claimed, so it's nice to have that. But yeah, I just downloaded some stuff from time ago for different purposes, put it in a playlist and just say, well, I'm not there, the stream is starting, people are still showing up slowly. We can kind of do this, right? So the film is 40 minutes long. It was already discussed in chat if we watch the normal version or the Redux version. I'm not sure what exactly the difference is when it comes to its content, so what we see in the film. Is there even a difference between it, or is it just a re-uploaded version in a higher resolution? So because in this case, I would just say, yeah, we watch the Redux version, if that's the newest one. Both the film is like a fan film made in 2009. It was claimed by Warner Brother for some time. Then they kind of made an agreement or whatever and was brought back up. So in this regard, that's pretty awesome. And I know that stuff like this is a lot of work. Like I said, I already looked into this. It seems heavily inspired by Lord of the Rings. It's a fan film, and this film costs like, I don't know, I looked at the Wikipedia and it says the budget of $3,000 to $4,000, which is like a thousandth of what even a small movie in Hollywood costs. So keep this please in mind. To be fair, usually films are twice as long, but still, it's a very low budget film, and it looks pretty good for low budget. No stuff like this. If it's a fan film, it's a lot of work to make this. So much respect to all the people. If you watch it, press the like button on their channel. I also won't restream the film because I want, of course, the fan filmmakers to get the views here and so on. So what you need to do, you have to find a way to have this stream running and the fan film at the same time, if that's possible. Well, we already did this in the past with all the other stuff. Well, this film, nothing is happening here on screen anyway, so we just potentially need the audio. I will give you a countdown, and then so we can sync up, and then we just watch it without stopping. It's 40 minutes long, and it's basically. And also, in theory, they could claim me because it's like their intellectual property that they created there, even though it's based on Tolkien. So, just to be on the safe side. I hope everybody is okay with that and has a technical means to kind of do this. I will also show you a timer, which I have to still set up. I knew I forgot something. But this time it's less complicated. We don't have to switch back and forth. Time code. Film timer total. That looks good. Let's see which one it is. Start. Yeah, that's a timer. We haven't started yet. It's just a test. Okay, yeah, it will just go. In theory, I could capture, well, it's a bit complicated to do it that way. I could just capture the YouTube thing, but in theory, the timer and the YouTube thing should roundabout be the same. If you're a second before me or two, or behind me, it should be not the biggest problem in the world. Improved edit and audio. Okay, so the edit is also improved. So I don't know if somebody is somebody in chat who have seen this and knows the difference between the both version, the Redux version and the normal version. So yeah, let me know in chat. Nice job. I've also not seen it before. Yeah, this is called a watch party, as I call it. In theory, you could say it's a reaction stream, yes, but you don't see my face anyway, so it's weird to say call it a reaction. Like I would simply call it a watch party. But call it whatever you want. We watch it. This film is also, like I said, on YouTube. It's free. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you. So, did I forget anything to mention or to say, chat? Timer is set up. Can maybe move it around. I think it should be okay. And yeah, we will talk over it as well. So, for the... I mean, in theory, we can just watch the Redux version. Maybe I put it into the title as well, so people hunt for Gollum. Confirm Redux version. Or shall we watch the original release, chat? Just let me know what you want to say. I mean, you are more people than me, and somebody has seen it or so, or knows the differences. Oh, Alex Shadowfax also didn't say hello. I really remember enjoying this when it was up. The original, please. Okay, then we watch the original version. I mean, you could make a vote or something if you like. I'm not sure how different the versions are. You know what? We'll make a vote really quick. Which version shall we hunt? Hint is wrong. Which version of the Hunt for Gollum 2009 shall we watch? Original Redux. Two options. Let's just make a vote, right? I mean, I would expect that the Redux version is not that much different. Maybe it has a higher resolution and stuff. So there's that, but maybe some edits are a bit, or some cuts are a bit different. Maybe some additional stuff in. I'm not sure. So length-wise, it seems they are the same length, kind of. Yeah, but the good thing is we have the lore video, so I'm at least, maybe people have seen it as well. Should be topic-wise into the details far enough to kind of know the topic quite well. That's where I want to go with the sentence. But yeah, like I said, I'm also not sure what Twitch chat says. Yeah, only 60% say the original film shall be watched. We'll have to wait a small moment for it to be done. Let me just see. Hope I did not forget anybody. Okay, just updated the credits in the background, so I've that already out of my mind. In the meantime, so 6 for a 50-50 chat. No, you can't do that. We need a decision. But it's 50-50. I would say we watch the original version then, because a lot of people say they haven't seen it anyway, so we watch that. Hey, Neon Garlic, nice to see you. Doing well. What's the difference? I don't know, to be honest. It says, like, to quote Rosemary, the description says 2019 version improved edit and audio. So maybe they were with some cuts. They were maybe not happy, because the film length is pretty much the same. The Redux version is, on YouTube at least, actually it's 8 seconds shorter. But they may have cut somewhere in the credits or something, or at the beginning, to get those differences. So far, the original version is 720p. The Redux version, though, is 1080p. No, I watch. I'm the wrong way around. The Redux version is 9 seconds longer. But it's not much, so. Let me just see. Maybe there are some comments there. No, didn't find anything. Maybe I can go online. The original 57%. So that looks good, chat. That looks really good. I haven't done yet one on the Twitch chat, but you get the point, I think. You can watch it wherever you want. You like also streaming this to my German Twitch, to my English Twitch, and to the Lord of the Rings channel here, to the Philosopher's Games. Also, yeah, for those people wondering, like currently, I don't know, this channel here is a bit cursed, as you probably have seen. Videos are often not performing. Just to address this really fast. On Twitch chat, somebody asked what I think of the Gollum game. Well, I think content-wise, like when it comes to the story and to the backstory and how they implemented what Tolkien actually wrote, it's pretty decent in my opinion. Problem is, it's unfortunately not a good game. Like, the platforming is not great. The stealth in the game is kind of okayish, if that makes sense. But yeah, just to post it, like, I'm considering strongly or seriously considering starting a new channel. So basically moving what you see here, what we do here on this channel, to another channel that's just lore videos and not all the old games video stuff and so on, and hope that it performs better. But for this to kind of work for me, I need 1,000 subscribers on the other channel. So currently nothing is there uploaded. But yeah, would help quite a bit if people would slowly migrate there. That's also something I want to point out. Did I post it here in this chat? I'm not sure. I posted it again. Yeah, I posted it. Nothing uploaded there yet, but yeah. At some point, there might pop an old video from this channel, which I re-upload there. I have some contenders already for that, which I would just experiment with. The problem is I need 4,000 watch hours. That's possible, I think. Problem will be getting 1,000 subscribers there, so I have all the features unlocked on YouTube. It's a bit stupid that I already have done this twice, and I create a branded channel with the same account, with the same Google account. It's not partnered. It's stupid, but what can I say? However, I would say before the thing here changes, I would say we go then with the original version of the film. So we have that. If we do a rewatch at some point, we enjoy our time here. Can we watch the other version then? At some point. Let me just find the correct window for me. That's this one here. Okay, awesome. So then the original version it is. I can link it in chat for all the people wondering, hey, what's going on there? Yeah. Watch Livestream should also count. Let me just post it. So this is now the version of the film, the not Redux version. 40 million views, quite a lot. And 16 years ago uploaded. It's unfortunately only in 720p, so there's that, but I guess that's not the biggest issue in the world. Sam the Goblin. The new Gollum film. Yeah, who knows? Excited for the upcoming Andy Serkis movie? Yes, definitely. I'm very curious what he will do. Like, I hope it's good, because it would be so great to have an adaptation where a lot of people say, well, that's good. I mean, it's the Tolkien fandom. Unfortunately, people are very strict, maybe a good word, and have high expectations. Often it's hard to fulfill those. I even thought that the anime that was shown ages ago, the good old War of the Rohirrim, it was also pretty decent, to be honest, and like, the script had some problems in my opinion, but it was still okay. So if the old gang comes together, I can see that they get a decent film out. I mean, I also like the Hobbit films to some degree, even though they have definitely a lot of flaws. So I would definitely say the third film and the second film are kind of messy a bit, especially the third film. Now, having seen it so many times, it's just really a weird mess in this regard. But yeah, we did too much talking here. Need to come to terms with starting our little project here. So chat, I give you a countdown. And I would say, is everybody ready in chat? Does somebody need a moment? Otherwise, I would say we just start. Okay, Joe's ready. And we have done now a lot of talking in preparation for this here. Ready. Okay, roll rate is also ready. Rosemary is ready. People are excited. I'm very curious how it is. Like, people were pretty happy. Keep in mind, when you watch this is a fan film that costs like 1,000. One divided by 1,000 times 1,000th, not to say, of what a normal, what a low budget independent movie would normal cost. Like, even independent movies these days cost like $1 million or something, or 3 or whatever. This film costs like $3,000. So it's cheap. And like the big Hollywood productions, even the smaller one, costs 30, 40, 50 million already. And the big blockbusters go up to 300 million. So just to give you an idea how expensive filmmaking is. And this is done on a very low budget. Hey Wolfan, nice to see you. .1% is easier to say yeah. Jem would say 1,000 still. Whatever. Everybody's ready, so I'll give you a time countdown, and we start on go. I would say. Nothing. If nobody has something to say, then I would say we start. Also, welcome, Stefan. Okay, then 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Time also starts here, so you know roundabout where I am in the film. It's just roundabout. Fund for Gollum is non-profit for private use only, and it is not intended for sales and any sort. Blah, blah. Was too much text to read it. Independent online cinema. Do I have sound? I hope I have. Yes, I hear something. That's a fan film, Wolfhand. It's already heavy Peter Jackson inspired. The Lord of the Rings fan film, yes. Low budget. I haven't calculated it. I think it's 476 or something. Until Bilbo finds Gollum. Yeah, very heavily inspired by Peter Jackson, but nicely done. Had to do some shots with 3D graphics, so with completely CG, the ring bouncing around. They potentially had a good time there. quote from the book, Appendix B. Yes, 2009. The statue. Elendil was the king of Arnor, so of the Norse kingdom of the Dunedain. Yeah, they're cast pretty well. I also heard that they did a pretty good job acting stuff in the film, which is not always the case in fan films. But they're heavily inspired by... Well, we have 5 minutes 36 or something. Yeah, there's a statue. Currently I see the orcs. I'm playing on your telly. Yeah, currently Aragorn does the classic wandering through the mountains montage. Oh, they also have a map. Wonder what map that was. Now here we have the screenshot. He's now in the Misty Mountains. What's interesting that in this film, Gandalf already knows it's a One Ring. In the books, he suspects it. But the final test Gandalf is doing in 3017, so they also compress the timeline a little bit. Aragorn, I mean, they searched for multiple times for Gollum in the past and never find him, and then Sauron finds him before Aragorn. Currently in the forest. Only one. Hmm. Ah, Filmcode. Bookcode. No, will there be the cradle scene? Okay, maybe that's the fish scene. Yeah, Lexi, nice to see you. The question is, should Arasir know Aragorn? Like in the North Rangers should all know because Aragorn is a chieftain of the North Rangers. He's now more in the east. There might be some Dunedain there as well. Oh no! I had a blackout? Well, you have not missed much. So if you jump in right to 12 minutes, something. Aragorn just moved around, he had a talk with Gandalf, and then he met another Dunedain in the close to Mirkwood or something. Called Arathir, and he told him the story that there are whispers of a ghost that drinks blood. Quote from the book. There we go, down the Peter Jackson route with the accent. With a Cockney accent. I find it kind of fitting, you know? I'm just used to it by now. the classical hearing scene. The Peter Jackson inspiration is definitely there. I like it. Well done so far. The orcs actually not always speak black speech, interestingly. They kind of didn't like it and speak like a mixture of all kinds of languages. So in theory, they should speak black speech, but so having like this language mixture. Interesting that he finds him here. You have seen it before. I think this I've noticed already in the It's also like a Peter Jackson is so inspired. I think they will use the sack because for budget reasons. Like having a believable Gollum dude there, like it's comparable to Peter Jackson for all the time. Either it looks ridiculous, or you do it with CGI stuff like Peter Jackson did, and then it becomes unfathomably expensive. We're carrying, I assume, in the back all the time. You must be really strong. Just imagine carrying this sack with Gollum in it for 1,000 kilometers, or for no more than that, like 1,600 kilometers, 900 miles. He's carrying him, by the way. Then you will stay in the sack. And this is how the Sackville Bagginses were created. Yeah, you're right. They don't look all like superstars. No, really, they could not. I guess it's also difficult to film at a swampland like that, like logistically and stuff. Oh, yeah, in the book, Gollum is found in the dead marshes. I have a theory, I mentioned it in my lore video, that Gollum potentially would have been lured in a pond there. That's why he was covered in green slime and stuff. He fell into it, maybe. Maybe he was also trying to fish there, who knows. And Aragorn kind of saved him, but it's just my theory. Hey Marty, nice to see you. Just there's definitely somebody who is good at making the the Gollum impression. The Nazgul reference is kind of interesting. Aragorn tries really to avoid being at Dol Guldur. Does he empty the sack now and then? Maybe. Yeah, it's definitely difficult. A lot of orcs. Oh yeah, Aragorn, I showed it in my thing. Tolkien wrote like a text where he describes kind of the road that Aragorn went, and he went close to the Misty Mountains, west of Lothlorien. So take a very far space around Dol Guldur, where actually also a Nazgul would be stationed. Not sure actually. Not bad. These fighting scenes are not easy to be filmed. I need a lot of cameras for that. I like the use of some standard sounds. It's really done well. Even a dolly zoom, yeah. LotR greetings from Germany to Sweden. And from all the others, I guess. Oh no. Orc arrows are usually poisoned. So where did Oakenshield lived at the beginning of the Hobbit? They lived in the Blue Mountains, actually. They had their halls there. Then he was on his way to Bree and met Gandalf at some point. And he invited him pretty soon after to Bilbo's house. And then the event starts from there. They start. Arthelas. Very so much Peter Jackson inspiration, which is good. Like, if you have a project, you need structure, you need ideas. You don't want to invent the reel completely new. And you like the original films, think, yeah, they're really good, they capture the stuff well, then you for sure take inspiration in those. The bear people, I mean, the Bjornings. The film's not over yet, so. Links also in the description. Can just post it in chat from time to time. That's what we're watching. Can watch it for free on YouTube, the fan film. Oh no, Gollum escaped. As if he would have escaped. Watch the original version. No, that's a reference to the Gollum is climbing up in a tree in Thranduil's realm. Even the Nazgul cry. Honestly, like Hermione and Arwen in the movies. I think Arwen in the movies are also fine. Liv Tyler, it's okay. Not sure if Aragorn would have met the Nazgul before. Maybe. What makes Aragorn special in this case? In contrast to a lot of other people, Aragorn has no fear, and fear is the greatest weapon of the Nazgul. He throws a torch, right? The Nazgul sense this. To be fair, the sensing of the ring and stuff is difficult. I would say they would not easily sense Gollum. To be fair. Thranduil's realm. It must be a really annoying session for Gandalf. It goes like 3 days or something. The Nazgul clothes and swords exist in the seen and unseen world at the same time. The clothes not, they are just in the seen world. The swords, difficult to say, but I would also say more in the seen world. The Morgul blade might be a special case for that, but... Okay, you're 7 minutes faster than me, Time Lord. And you watched at 1.5 times the speed. Let's get some of the questions in a moment. Said he didn't threaten with fire. Yeah. animation. Okay, now I'm also reaching the end. We have the credits. Well done. Like, for fan film, this is pretty good. They had a lot of limitations. I think the idea putting Gollum into a sack is kind of a nice idea, even though it will be difficult to justify that Aragorn can carry that sack for so long. And as somebody said, if you, I don't know, even try like to lift a dog, it doesn't want to be lifted. It will be difficult. But they definitely, like, it's a restriction. In the book, Tolkien describes how he had to watch Gollum day and night. He made him walk before him. I think he put, like, as later on, a rope around him or something. When he had to cross a river, he bound him to a log and swam the log over to the other side. Like, he was also then in the water, swimming over. And on the road, Aragorn had to cross many, many rivers. Or maybe for the others there might be some bridge or so, because elves were around. I'm not sure if they put on something there. Are there bloopers? Not here. Maybe somewhere else there are bloopers. Arithyr, Aragorn, Gandalf, Patrick O'Connor. But they're very, very impressive. Quite a few people doing the stuff here, the visual effects. But you see how much manpower you need to make something like this. Is ridiculous. But yeah, well done. Really cool project, very impressive, to be honest. Okay, maybe the the thing was full now. They had to do like a new scrolling thing, but so funny. But we have some questions and stuff in chat we can discuss in a moment. Let me just scroll up a moment and see. What's known about the Blue Mountains was one of the questions. So I hope everybody has now reached the credits in chat. How did you people like it? I thought it was a pretty good time, to be honest. It was a really, really well-made fan film. I'm afraid the new film will add new characters. Yeah, of course it will. Which will give fan film it gave what happened. Huh? It's better than the Hobbit films. I mean, the Hobbit films had it not easy. Let me just stop the timer here. So Blue Mountains, what do we know? That was one of the questions, right? The Blue Mountains. Let's jump into this here. So these are the Blue Mountains, the Ered Luin. And what do we know about? So the question was, when there's a scene in the Hobbit films from Peter Jackson where Thorin meets Gandalf. Interestingly, a scene like this is also here in this film, which I found kind of very reminiscent of this, that they meet in Bree or wherever they met. And yeah, but the story is kind of when Smaug drove the dwarves out of Erebor, they left and they lived for a time here in Dunland, and from Dunland they went here to the Blue Mountains, where also dwarves lived in the past, but at some point migrated, most likely to a very big extent to Moria, at least in the Second Age and so on, maybe even in the Third, who knows. But they were emptied at the time. For example, Arvedui was here. He only found like old dwarf mines that were kind of empty and hid there. However, yeah, Thorin said, well, we don't have a home anymore. We can't go to Moria. We can't go to Erebor. So we go to the Blue Mountains. And he established his halls there. We don't know much about that. We only know he established his halls there, how they looked, what was going on there exactly, how many dwarves there lived. We don't know for sure, but he had enough dwarves to form later a companion. And we can also read, interestingly, that in the book, Gandalf had to kind of convince Thorin to not start like a war. Like the original plan of Thorin was like to get a dwarf army together and send that to Erebor to reclaim this for his quest. And Gandalf had to convince him to take a more secretive approach when it comes to this. Unfortunately, yeah, the Blue Mountains, we don't know much about it when it comes to its story. Like, these are the Blue Mountains here. You see, this is the First Age map. Shouts to my moderator Kirdan, and who made this in the style of the other map. And originally there was a landmass west of the Blue Mountains, not the ocean, as it's later the case, Beleriand. And Beleriand was sunk into the ocean, and the mountains were split, and there were the dwarven realms Belegost and Nogrod in these mountains. So that's kind of their story. From here also Azarkal came into the battle, fighting Glaurung and so on. I think it was the Battle of Sudden Flame, chat? Should be. And so the Dagor Bragolach. And yeah, that's kind of the story of the Blue Mountains. We don't know much about it. We only know that there were two houses, and I always forgot which houses of the dwarves originally lived here. I think it were the Broadbeams and the Firebeards. Let's look it up really quick. I don't want to tell you wrong information here. So there's 7 houses of the dwarves. The house of Durin are the Longbeards. Yeah. Yeah, the Broadbeams and the Firebeards are the other 2 houses, and they lived in the Blue Mountains. So that's kind of what we know. But they later, yeah, Khazad-dûm became later their home because they moved there. Let's move back to the Third Age map. We have another power cut. Oh no, what's going on, Rosemary? That's unfortunate. So what were the other questions, chat? Let me just catch up with. Let me look in chat really quick. So if you have questions, feel free to post those. I try to explain everything as good as I can. So that was the question: where did Thorin Oakenshield live at the beginning? So in the Blue Mountains. Do we know anything about the Blue Mountains? Not really. That's basically what we know. But yeah, in their two texts, in one text they meet on the road, in another text they meet in Bree itself. But yeah, that's kind of information we have. I've seen The Hobbit before, okay. Glad you was here. Glad you enjoyed your time, LotR. Did the Nazgul sense that Gollum was in the home of Thranduil? They attacked. So yeah, that's also a good question actually. Wait a moment. Whatever happened to the wild elves? What do we mean with wild elves? So there are Thranduil, we can maybe combine the question. So Thranduil's realm is here, roundabout, somewhere here. It is, I think, north of the river, in this wood, relatively close to Dale and Erebor. So here in this thing. Sometimes I point it here. I think Karen Wynn Fonstead located it here. Doesn't matter too much. The direction's roundabout right. Here's Dol Guldur, here's Lothlorien, and yeah, the Wild Elves. So there are originally 3 elven main clans that are the Vanyar. They left Middle-earth pretty much completely, with some ancestors that mixed with other elven clan families that potentially stayed in Middle-earth. A prominent example would be Galadriel. Her grandmother was a Vanyar elf that was in this. However, it doesn't matter too much. Then we have the Noldor. Galadriel would be counted towards the Noldor elf, even though she's half Noldor and half Teleri elf. That Teleri is the 3rd clan. And the Teleri elves are kind of special because the elves were somewhere here in the far east. They awoke in the First Age at the Sea of Helkar in Cuivienen. It's a bay there on the Sea of Helkar. It was a giant inland sea. It was massive and potentially covered parts of Mordor. However, it was south of this here, Sea of Rune. So Mordor in parts should be covered, and then it goes further into the east. However, and the elves were then invited basically to the west continent Aman. First Age thing, yeah, it looked like this. This is the inland sea, Sea of Helkar. Cuivienen would be here, and they were invited to Aman. So they started what is called the Great Journey. So they traveled across this and went past the Sea of Rune and went to Beleriand, here to the coast. And then this island, one of the Valar, angel of high rank of the water, who has power of the water, was allowed to be used as a boat, kind of, and it transported the elf. So this island could go back and forth. It was done by a servant of this Valar Ulmo, and the servant was called Osse. And yeah, this is how the elves went. Parts of the elves went here. The Noldor went here, the Vanya went here, the Noldor went here, but the Teleri, there was a kind of a strange thing that their king or ambassador that they sent, Elwe, was lost in the forest. And parts of the Teleri decided to wait for him and not go on the island. And those people became the Sindar. And the Sindar elves on their way, like the Teleri on their way, had also a subgroup that, now we come back to the Third Age map, they had a subgroup that are later called Nandor, and they split in several other groups, like the Green Elves and the Wood Elves, Sylvan Elves also called. And the people of Thranduil are mostly, and the people of Galadriel also, are mostly Sylvan Elves. The Green Elves, maybe in a special case, I think they're called like Wendy. And yeah, so there are several subgroups of the Teleri. The Sindar and the Sylvan Elves, I think also a group called Green Elves, or like, let me just Google, like Wendy should be the name. The Green Elves, yeah, like Wendy. must have kind of mixed a little bit. Yeah, the fate of the Green Elves is not exactly known. I would assume they mixed with the Sylvan Elves. Or live with those. So, because on paper they are from the same clan anyway. But yeah, it's just they went to the west, and on the way some said, hey, let's settle here. Here's awesome. And then they settled here. It's basically their story. Same happened also with other groups, like the Norsemen of the Edain. I'm getting too far out. So this is what happened with the elves. They live here in Thranduil's realm. Some live here in Lothlorien, in this realm, and maybe some others around somewhere. But in the great elven realms like Imladris and Eregion in the Second Age and Lindon are Noldor realms, basically. With some exceptions, like Círdan is also one of the Teleri, and he lives also in Mislon. So it's not as strict. It's not like the other elf clans are not welcome. Especially the Sindar and the Noldor don't like each other that much, to some degree. However, there are special cases. Galadriel's half Teleri as well, and her mother's side grandfather, so the father of her mother, is the brother of the first king of the Sindar. So in this regard, there might be some stuff. So that was one question. What's with the elves? That's what's going on with the elves. The other question was, I forgot the other question, chat. Open shield. Yeah. Did the Nazgul sense? So in the story, you can see this also in my lore video. I go kind of through what happens there exactly. So there are a lot of questions. How did Gandalf get captured in the Dead Marshes, which is here? So here's Mordor, Barad-dûr, Orodurin, Mount Doom, and Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower. And this thing here is called Mordor. You have heard about this. And here in front of Mordor are the Dead Marshes. Here's Nindal, it's also another marshland. Always thought that they kind of fused, but it's not the case. Here's Dhargolat, where in the First Age the parts of the battle in front of the Black Gate happen. So just to get kind of the idea, Minas Tirith would be here, Minas Morgul is here, Osgiliath here in the middle, Edoras in Rohan is here, Isengard, Dunland, Dol Guldur, Lothlorien. So have kind of the idea, and here in the north, Dale, Erebor, Escaros. That's Lake Town. Iron Hills are here roundabout. Grey Mountains, Misty Mountains, White Mountains. Can't scroll anymore. So, what happens in this time? So Sauron bent his will and drew all the evil creatures to Mordor at some point, because he hoped that the One Ring would also come to Mordor this way. And Gollum, due to this, over many decades, was lured at some point to Mordor. He entered Mordor most likely over Minas Morgul. He made like a deal with Shelob, so he could pass Mordor over the Morgul Vale, as later also Sam and Frodo do. And by the side entrance to Mordor, he went there, did things, and then he was on his way out. Hard to tell where he tried to get out. Maybe through the Blackglade. It's difficult, so I assume through Minas Morgul. So at some point he entered Mordor in the year 3009. And then in Mordor he was captured on his way out. We can read in some other texts. And then he was moved to Barad-dûr, and there he was tormented and questioned by Sauron, which is unpleasant, as you can say. And Sauron learned this way what Gollum has learned, because Gollum at one point was as far in the north as Dale. Like, Gollum's cave must be, I don't know, somewhere here, I guess. Pretty hard to tell where it is exactly, to be fair. But if you think about it, they go over the High Pass and then are trapped in Goblin Town. So Goblin Town must be somewhere here. And then they have to go to the Carrock and so on. at some point. They're gonna go there, they fly there actually, but they have to leave here somewhere, so Gollum's cave must be somewhere here, I would assume. Here is the Gladden Fields, by the way. And Gollum left at some point his cave and followed the trail, wandered around to places. He was sometimes drawn to Mordor, then he said, no, Mordor is stupid, I go back. And at some point he went to Dale. On the streets of Dale and Erebor and surroundings, Bilbo is a hero, and he heard that Bilbo Baggins is from the Shire, because from the Riddles game he knew the name. And Gollum did some research basically and found out, okay, I know the name, I don't know where he lives, so I have to find that out. At some point he went to Dale, finds out he's from the Shire. Now he has to learn where the Shire is, which he doesn't really know. The Shire is... Here's Bree, here's Hobbiton. So this here is the Shire. This is the old forest. The hills. What are they called? Barrow Downs. Here are the Midgewater Marshes, Amon Sul. Here's the bridge. Troll Shores. Well, all this area is actually Hrudauer, which means Troll Shores, but this forest, there are the trolls from the Hobbit story. Imladris, that's Rivendell. High Pass. Karasras would be here somewhere. Khazad-dûm is here. Here's the exit. Miramere. Here's already Lothlorien. So yeah, you get the idea of all this. So Gollum learned this and then went to places again. And then at some point on his wander to find the Shire, he was lured to the power, the will of Sauron moved him more and more towards Mordor, which he entered. And then, as we can read, on his way out, he was captured, or he was seen and captured. I assume by orcs. Like in the Gollum game, it's actually Nazgûl that find him, which is possible, I guess, but I think he was just spotted by orcs. We know this, him being spotted by orcs, because in Minas, in Kiris Ungol, that's here, there's a tower of Kiris Ungol. We hear later conversation of Shagrat and forgot what the other dude was called. And they talk about Gollum for a moment. And there we learn that multiple things, but that he has been seen there in the past. And they were also said that they should let him pass. So I assume he was spotted maybe here at some point around and was captured. Brought to Dol Guldur, questions. Now Sauron has learned the name Shire and Baggins. We remember this famous scene in Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson, where one of the Nazgûl, which according to the Unfinished Tales text must be Khamûl, or also known as the Black Easterling in other texts, but should in one text is like it's not clear if Khamûl is also called the Black Easterling. In one text is simply called Khamûl. Forgot what he's actually called, to be honest. Shadow of the East, I think he's called. Khamûl, Shadow of the East, and one is called the Black Easterling. So we assume that Khamûl is an Easterling, but it comes down to a matter of interpretation, I think. However, when Khamûl, but he asks in the scene, this hobbit, I assume it's Farmer Maggot, Shire Baggins. And yeah, this is how Sauron learns this. So Sauron has learned this, and Sauron noticed something in Gollum, some malice. And he knew he could use his malice against his foes. So he would, if he would let Gollum go, Gollum would go to his enemies and also try to find the ring. So he had basically a free servant. All he had to do is not lose track of Gollum. At some point, he would find him. So he let Gollum go, and he also went through Minas Morgul, because Shagrat says at some point that they saw Gollum go into this direction, and they had orders from high up to let him pass. So they saw Gollum, but they let him go. And so Gollum went here, potentially went up and was for whatever reason in the Dead Marshes. So he must go through Ithilien. He doesn't like Minas Tirith, so he goes Ithilien. That's kind of conflicted, or what you call it, like Mordor and Gondor kind of battle for Ithilien a bit and for Osgiliath. However, he went to the Dead Marshes, and at the same time, Aragorn was also searching Ithilien and all this area here around Minas Morgul. He was even in the Morgul Vale, Aragorn, just on his own, just saying. So it's kind of that shows just how badass Aragorn is, that he can go there alone and survive. And he was on his way home, and then somewhere here on his way home, he maybe checked here these wetlands a little bit, and there he noticed a trail of Gollum. And then, well, Gollum was, I don't know where he was going. I think, I don't know, potentially he wanted to go here, or I don't know. It's not like Gollum had like a map like I have. Gollum went there and was captured by Aragorn. You can read that he was lurking into one of these meres, ponds in the Dead Marshes, and there he caught him. He was covered in green slime, Aragorn also tells. And then Aragorn takes an interesting route, according to the Unfinished Tales. We'll learn more about it. He goes through Emin Muil, north, crosses the Anduin here, and then goes through Rohan, at the confines of Fangorn a little bit, crosses the Limelight, goes up, crosses the Nimrodel and the Celebrand, west of Lothlorien, and then goes further. I assume he goes through the Gladden Fields, where Gollum is originally from, kind of. Was this river. Oh, by the way, he has to cross the Anduin here. I said this. For this, he had to bound Gollum on a log and put him. The log was in the water. There was a lot of driftwood. He sprang into the water and pushed while swimming the log to the other side of the Anduin. And he had to watch Gollum day and night, had to make him walk before him. These are 900 miles, just to give you an idea how far that is. And so, I don't know, 1,400 kilometers, 500, can't do the math right now. However, went this way, this way, this way. Then close to the Carrock, I think, and to this bridge here, which goes high pass, and this is then the East Road. With the help of the Beornings, so people of Beorn became kind of leader of some Northmen in this area. They called themselves the Beornings. Later, his son Grimbeorn took over. And with their help, he crossed the river again. Then he went into the upper part of Mirkwood and went, as it was appointed, to Thranduil's realm all the way here. This is a story how Gollum got here, when we take in consideration what we know from the Lord of the Rings appendices and chapters, and also a bit of information we get from this text published in Unfinished Tales, which Tolkien wrote. There are also dates or months, name, and sometimes even days in this, but it doesn't align perfectly, because in some texts, Gollum is captured 3017 and escapes. I think we don't know when he escapes, but he has to escape 3018 for everything to make sense. But it's not clear when exactly he escapes. And the escape now works in a specific way. I'll come to this in a moment. By the way, he took this large route here to not be in the area of view, in the field of sight of Dol Guldur. So they don't spot him. And he kind of succeeded with that. However, Gandalf then rides to Hobbiton to make the final test if it's really the one ring from Thranduil. I assume he goes here over the bridge, High Pass, Imladris, leaves news at Elrond what he's going to do, and then goes all the way to Hobbiton. The problem with this is, if Gollum escapes 3017, then we know from Appendix B, we get a very exact date, the 12th of April 3018. So he needs a year from here to here. That makes no sense. So I think the capture or the escape or the questioning of Gollum has to take place here in Thranduil's realm 3018, else it makes no sense. However, the question is now, how does Sauron know, or the Nazgul, whoever, know where he is? So Aragorn did a good job avoiding it, but he was not completely avoided, because even birds and whatnot kind of are spies of Sauron. So Dol Guldur kind of noticed that Gollum is maybe there, and there's a man with him. He didn't know who this man is, so they had no idea, but they kind of noticed Gollum. Gollum, of course, that is important information. They could not confirm the identity of Gollum. They just knew somewhere, at some point, somewhere here, a man with Gollum was slightly seen. So they knew Gollum was here. But Gollum was to be let free anyway. You know, Sauron said, yeah, all they should do is know where Gollum goes. And they potentially learned, goes into the direction maybe of Mirkwood, because Mirkwood is this whole wood here is Mirkwood. Is an area that Sauron kind of knows about due to Dol Guldur. He has a lot of intel and spies in Mirkwood, so it's almost impossible to get to Thranduil without Dol Guldur noticing. They know. And they said, okay, brings him to Thranduil. That's not good. That's one of our enemies. It's not ideal. And then Gandalf got message from Lothlorien. I assume Gandalf was on his way to Hobbiton. He was doing research here in Minas Tirith, and then rode his way up. And then in Lothlorien, maybe he passed it on the way to Imladris, or to Hobbiton. He got note that Aragorn actually found Gollum. Aragorn passed Lothlorien, so he put Galadriel knows that he has Gollum with him. There's also, I think, even a reference in the book that Gollum was there trying to pass Lothlorien at some point or whatever. So something like that, if I remember correctly. Doesn't matter too much. They know. And then Gandalf rides here to Thranduil. And then they know, okay, Gollum goes in the direction of Thranduil. Gandalf goes in the direction of Thranduil, because they spotted Gandalf. And then they know, oh no, that means Gollum must be captured. So Sauron knew here in his tower, Dol Guldur, that he was captured. As a result, he now had to act. He was forced to act. When he learned that Gandalf was in the direction that Gollum also went, he knew, oh no, I have a problem. Because with this, my advantage of my knowledge where the thing is gone. I have to act now. I don't want that they will find out I know as well. Because it's information, it's very important information for him. He knows, before he could assume that the enemy does not know that he captured Gollum. After that, he knows, okay, my enemies will know that I captured Gollum, and I will go for the Shire. So I have to act immediately and potentially disturb my enemies in interrogating Gollum, and also send my Nazgul on the field. Because Nazgul have a presence of terror. They are not good at secret missions at all. They are a bad choice for this. That's not what they are good for. So, but they are the most powerful servants and loyal to him. They have no own will, and they will not steal the ring from him. So they're kind of the best choice he still has. So he sends a Nazgul to get them kind of on the other side of the Anduin, unnoticed. What he tries to accomplish is he attacks Osgiliath, where Minas Tirith, Boromir, and Faramir still have a foothold. He attacks it and brings a Nazgul there just as a war effort. And this kind of is considered the start of the War of the Ring, by the way. And at the same time, he can test the strength of his enemies a little bit, and then he pulls back. And the Nazgul kind of slip through all of this in the confusion of battle, past this, try to sneak, and then they are east of this. And then they are on their own doing operations here. And he has the Nazgul on the field now. And they have to go to Eriador, which Sauron has very little control of. This is this area where the Shire and stuff is. At the same time attacking Osgiliath, he also attacks Thranduil with a small group. And there Gollum was like, the elves really try to help Gollum to cure him. And for this, he can't be in imprisonment all the time. So he is allowed to walk around somewhat freely. There are guards, of course. He had trees he liked to climb to feel the fresh wind, as they describe in the book. And there, Gollum kind of stayed on his favorite tree for a long time, late into the night. So Gollum must have known, they must have contacted Gollum somehow at Thranduil's realm, that they're coming for him. And their mission is to free him, and if they can't free him, to kill him. That's basically their mission. They don't want that Gollum can help the enemy, give them any information whatsoever. Even though it was already too late. Gandalf already questioned him and was on his way to Rivendell. So then they attacked, and the guards were slain. Gollum escaped with them. They went south to Dol Guldur, and then Gollum did something unpredictable. He somehow, we don't know how, escaped the orcs as well. And then he went here to Moria. I'm not sure why, but yeah, he tried to get to the other side. Where the west gate is, the doors of Durin, where you have to speak Friend to enter or to get out, and he was stuck at the door. He couldn't get out of the other side. And then he was stuck in Moria. And that's why when later the Fellowship comes, opens the doors and is in Moria, Gollum starts sneaking behind them and tries to follow them. This is kind of the story. The orcs come to Dol Guldur. Probably the Nazgul are not happy that Gollum has escaped, but at least the enemy has not put them there. Gollum is later, when they leave this area here, when the Fellowship leaves Moria, Gollum is captured again by orcs. I'm not sure if it's by the Isengard orcs, and he's questioned and so on. Again, it's a note that Tolkien had. It's not in the book, but if you have the Reader's Companion to Lord of the Rings, then there's like some information about it. So this is kind of the story. Also now a long answer to this question. I didn't look at chat for such a long time. Hey Marley Tinuviel, nice to see you. So I can look at chat again. I hope this answers the question. So do we know what Gollum was doing the Dead Marshes? Did they know it was dangerous? Yes, we know. Gollum went there. It was kind of a place he may have potentially crossed before. So he had some experience in this area. Yeah, the king in Beleriand of the Sindar got killed, and they didn't take a new king. I mean, in theory, two of their kings got kind of killed. Like, Thingol got killed by the dwarves, and yeah, later on, answer everything great, awesome. Was a long answer, because it's complicated. I know the topic quite well, because I recently made a lore video about it. If you haven't seen it, feel free to watch it. It's on this channel here. It's the newest video, called The Hunt for Gollum and Balin's Expedition to Moria. And it's mainly, a big part of it is about the hunt for Gollum, but there are some other parts as well. For example, what happens in Rohan in the meantime. And also, yeah, Balin starts his expedition from Erebor, goes all the way down to the west gate of Moria, retakes Moria, and then is unfortunately killed there. We know they find later Balin's grave. He takes Ori and Oin with him. And yeah, something like that. I thought the door opens easy from inside. Considering that Gollum is stuck there, it seems not to open easily. And fascinatingly, even the dwarf Oin went to. No, he must have opened the door. So even if you get to the door, like Oin, and try to escape Khazad-dûm, find a way out. On the other side, Oin got attacked by the Watcher in the water and was killed this way. And his companions returned then to Moria, closed the door again, and so on. So yeah, it seems not to be easily opened. Because otherwise, Gollum would not be stuck there, I think, for many years in Moria. That's like Quenya. The deal with Shelob, I think I have to watch. Let me just open Lord of the Rings and can tell you the date exactly. It's in Appendix B. I know where it stands. I just don't know this stuff out of my head. But yeah, it's a cool story, I think, and the film kind of compressed it a little bit, in my opinion, but still did a pretty decent. In film, you have to compress sometimes. Yeah, 2980 it is. Also the date I had in mind. We can read Aragorn enters Lorien and there meets again Arwen Undomiel. Aragorn gives her the Ring of Barahir and they ply their troth upon the hill of Kerin Amroth. About this time, Gollum reaches the confines of Mordor and becomes acquainted with Shelob. Theoden becomes king of Rohan, birth of Samwise. So 2980 is a busy year. Even like quite a few other things happen there as well that are not even listed here. It was really a busy year, 2980. It's also the time when Thorongil attacks Umbar at this time and then takes leave of Ixalion and ends his service as Thorongil. That also happens in this year. Then King Thengel, the father of Theoden, dies in this year. And interestingly, in this year also the parents of Frodo drown in this boat accident. It all happens in 2980. It's kind of fascinating. Yes, it's really kind of a very special year. A lot of things happen here. Yeah, and he becomes acquainted with Shelob. So chat, let me just bring my chat back on. There was a question, I forgot to answer it, I think half in the middle of the sentence, I'm sorry. It's crazy that there are fan films out there, other than the actual Peter Jackson films. Seen a cool, the other actual films. Seen a cool Aliens one and a bunch of Star Wars fan films. Sorry, got off topic. No problem. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I agree. That's not only I saw it first. I mean, Lord Rings stuff. But yeah, it exists for great fan films. Also exist for other franchises as well, and kind of for a lot of people who want to get into filmmaking and learning the art and so on. It's definitely a way to get your foot and to get, if your first experiences have something that you can show and say, hey, I worked on this, you can do this. That's insanely helpful, I think. Can't believe that they managed to do this on such a small budget. Yeah, it's really impressive. I was answering the Dead Marshes question. The wild elf, okay, you mean the like Wendy. Yeah, we don't know. I think they mixed with the Sylvan elves. I can only speculate, but in here in the north, there's a moment in deep winter, in the early morning, when everything looks blue, called Blue Moment. Okay, that's cool. Fun fact for your southerners. So the elves that at the end of the film found him were the people of Thranduil, and those Thranduil is a Sindar himself. Though the Sindar and the Green Elves and also the Sylvan Elves are related. They are from all in origin Teleri Elves. And so yes, but the people of Thranduil are also Sylvan Elves, potentially also some Green Elves among them who live there. Also, Tirza, nice to see you. Glad you could catch this here. I was thinking of the like Wendy. Yeah, the king. Fun fact: the I think one of the first or known or the only known kings of the like Wendy was Denethor. So Denethor was not only the dude, that's Denethor the second. There was Denethor the first, that were ruling stewards of Gondor. But there was also a like Wendy king that was also called Denethor. That is true. He died in battle. Fell in battle, I think, early on the Beleriand. And then the Noldor came and helped, and then things went better for the elves for some time. Yeah, that is really a sad thing to kind of notice, that the grave of Balin. Let me see if I find a film screenshot for that. So yeah, this scene here from Fellowship of the Ring. Here you see the grave in the middle, the coffin, stone coffin, I'm not sure what you call it, sarcophagus, whatever it's pronounced, however it's pronounced. It's Balin's grave, and then next to this thing is a dwarf with a book. The dwarf with the book must be Ori from the Hobbit films. And Oin was eaten by the Watcher in the water, so his remains might not be found. So in theory, when they come in, Glóin also sees a lot of skeletons there. One of them could be, I guess, in theory, depends on how Oin died, could be also Oin. In case you wonder what dwarf Oin was, let me just see. So Ori was this young one. That was Ori. He was writing the book, and we learn from the Lord of the Rings book that he could also write Elven script. So sometimes he used, instead of the dwarvish script, he used the Elvish script. Maybe because he could write it faster. In this case, it could mean that he was using Tengwar instead of the dwarf runes, which were also an Elvish writing system in origin, the Kirth runes, but yeah, I think Kirth means runes. So that's him, and then we also have another dwarf, Oin. That was the dwarf that in the Peter Jackson films had trouble hearing a bit. That was Oin. They're sitting next to, I think, Fili. Or is it Kili? I think it's Fili. Whatever. I like the scene of Gollum sitting on the rooftop to eat his fish. Yeah, for sure. That's pretty cool. Was a good idea. There was also a scene we know, like we have some of the. I like also that they kind of managed to add some of the few film dialogue and script that existed there. But yeah, you can read it. The wood elves, Sylvan elves, tracked him first. An easy task for them, for his trail was still fresh then. Through Mirkwood and back again it led them, though they never caught him. The wood was full of the rumor of him, dreadful tales, even among beasts and birds. The woodmen said that there was some new terror abroad, a ghost that drank blood. Climbed trees to find nests, it crept into holes to find the young, it slipped through windows to find cradles. I think Gollum tried to. He set out and came back westward as far as the great river, but then he returned aside. He was not daunted by the distance, I'm sure. No, something else drew him away, so my friends think. Those that hunted him for me. At the western edge of Mirkwood, the trail turned away. It wandered off southwards and passed out of the wood elf's ken and was lost. And then I made a great mistake. Yes, Frodo, and not the first, though I fear it may prove the worst. I let the matter be. I let him go, for I had much else to think of at the time, and I still trusted the lore of Saruman. Well, that was years ago. I have paid for it since, with many dark and dangerous days. The trail was long cold when I took it up again after Bilbo left here, and my search would have been in vain, but for the help that I had from a friend, Aragorn, the greatest traveler and huntsman of this age of the world. Together we sought for Gollum down the whole length of Wilderland, without hope and without success. But at last, when I had given up the chase and turned to other paths, Gollum was found. My friend returned out of great perils, bringing the miserable creature with him. So that's kind of the thing here. I have to go adult now. Meeting time. Thanks everyone for a great time. It made my Sunday. Take care, friends. Yeah, Malay, nice that you joined here. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. And hope that we see each other. It was definitely pretty fun. Glad that you people were active in chat and asked questions and so on. So there was that. Are there any more questions, things you want to discuss? I can also show you the scene where which I also thought was a huge inspiration. Thorin Gandalf. Like in Bree, Gandalf meets Thorin there. It's pretty similar to in the film that we just saw in Hunt for Gollum film, where Gandalf and Aragorn meet, potentially also in Bree. Very similar. I kind of find it fascinating. I mean, the idea of the scene is kind of classic, and a similar scene already existed in Lord of the Rings as well to some degree. But yeah, it makes complete sense. That they also put it into the other film. But yeah, really cool fan film. Like, it must have been so much work to make this, especially on such a small budget. They must have had a good network of friends and people working in some places to help them out there, potentially kind of for free or so, and to make this work. Maybe my chat is crashed again. I don't know. Let me just refresh it. No. Chat is still there. So yeah, in my opinion, definitely a pretty cool fan film. Enjoyed a lot. Curious what Andy Serkis will make out of this, who will, I think, direct the new film that is coming up. It's an interesting project. Curious how long they can make it. But there's still some steps in between they could add. They could add some background stuff here and there. One problem. I mean, it will be a film that is kind of how to say. It will be a film that is kind of difficult to structure, I think, because at the end of a film or close to the end, you always need like a climax in the film. I'm not sure what the climax of the story of the Hunt for Gollum is. I could even imagine they do something similar than here, that they have like a big fight scene at the end. But it will be difficult. On the other side, you could make and let it end on a cliffhanger, kind of, with Gollum escaping or whatever, so you know, okay, story continues, kind of. And it's one of 3 movies. They want to make multiple films. I'm a bit, you know, I'm not sure exactly where they want to go from here. I think they just want to test out the waters with the film and with a kind of film like this and see if there's potential here. The problem is the stakes are pretty low on these films because, you know, Aragorn is in Lord of the Rings. Everybody knows the Lord of the Rings film, so he might survive. Gandalf is there. He might survive as well. Thranduil, if you know the books, is also still there. He might survive. Legolas, not king yet, might survive. You know, that's always kind of a problem for this to portray convincingly, you know what I mean? On the other side, you have to do something to kind of keep the fandom alive. Hey, Pumpkin Rick, nice to see you. Do you play board games? Not really. I used to play like tabletop RPGs, Dungeons and Dragons, Dark Eye, Vampire the Masquerade, stuff like that. But classical board games I rarely play. It happens if I'm invited somewhere, and it might happen, but it's not like something I do very frequently. But yeah, nice to see you. So I don't know, chat. Are there any questions left? Chat is very, unfortunately, a bit silent. Always I feel like, okay, chat is silent. Either, I guess the time is not ideal for you people. But, yeah, I don't know. I thought it's a good idea to do this today. Thought about doing it tomorrow, to be fair. But I thought maybe Sunday evening is maybe the better time. And maybe we can, yeah. There will be a watch party of the Peter Jackson films later this year as well. We could maybe start with, before we could watch Hobbit, and then after the Hobbit we could watch the Redux version of The Hunt for Gollum to maybe see the difference. So we edit there. We could also start with, potentially with War of the Rohirrim, would also be maybe nice. I won't do a complete rewatch of Rings of Power, I can already tell that. And we have to do too many watch parties for once, and second, yeah, I don't know. We have to start really early. But I'll let you know, people. I wonder if Gollum had a moment on his travels where he passes through the area he used to live as Smeagol, maybe opportunity to reflect on his past. Yes, I could imagine he maybe did this. Interestingly, as said in the section a moment ago, he goes there with Aragorn. Like here is the Gladden Field. This is where Smeagol and Deagol found the ring in this somewhere here in the river. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I just decided to eat a snack. Sorry for that. How long am I muted now, chat? Always ask me if I'm muted. 31. Okay, so quite some time. Sorry, Joe. But yeah, to answer your question, here in my lore video, I have the pass. 30 seconds. Okay. Good. I'm sometimes worried I'm muted for 5 minutes and didn't notice. So, but now sound should work again. So yeah, this is my lore video. Check it out if you haven't. That's also about the hunt for Gollum and the Balin's expedition. And yeah, you can see he starts here somewhere in the Dead Marshes, goes all the way up. We went this way in the moment ago in the stream, and yeah, here you can just see the dotted line. And here is in this section, I'm not even sure. Can you see my mouse cursor? No, you probably can't. But yeah, the Gladden Fields are here. So this is, yeah, he kind of passes with Aragorn, interestingly, the Gladden Fields again. So maybe he can, I'm not sure if he can reflect there or not. On his past a little bit, maybe. Though he is a prisoner of Aragorn, and he's not a fan of Aragorn, to say the least. Like, he's so much not a fan of Aragorn that, let me just read it. How was the quote, though? It's in the chapter, you know the chapter name, though. It's in the chapter, the Black Gate. Oh, that's too far. Black Gate is closed, is the chapter called. Yeah. So it goes like this. Ask Frodo Stanley. And did you escape out of the darkness, Smeagol? Were you not rather permitted to depart upon an errand? That at least is what Aragorn thought, who found you by the Dead Marshes some years ago. It's a lie, hissed Gollum, and an evil light came into his eyes at the naming of Aragorn. He lied on me, yes, he did. I did escape all by my poor self. Indeed, I was told to seek the precious, and I have searched, and searched, of course, I have, but not for the black one. The precious was ours. It was mine, I tell you. I did escape. So it's kind of interesting that when Frodo mentions even Aragorn, like this evil light came into his eyes at the naming of Aragorn. So it definitely shows he's not a fan of Aragorn. So I think he had not the time to reflect there. Maybe he had, because, I mean, they're just wandering day and night. If he was a prisoner, it might be nice if he could find his grandmother's long-abandoned hobbit hole. Maybe it's been much too long, though. Yeah, that is true. That would be cool. Maybe something for the Peter Jackson films to explore some of Gollum's passes from before. But yeah, pretty awesome stuff. I think the idea, I'm not sure if there's some truth behind Gollum actually eating babies. I think though, what we see here, what Tolkien tries to accomplish with this is what is it here? The Woodman said that there was some new terror abroad, a ghost that drank blood, and so on and so forth. I think what this kind of creates is mythology. You sometimes have these spooky stories, these myths, legends, as you want to call them. And Tolkien tries to explain how these legends might be created. Like he for sure ate some, I don't know, plundered some nests of birds or whatever. He definitely caused some trouble. And then, people said, okay, what entity would do such a thing? It's really strange. And so on. And then people kind of try to find explanations for that. It's a ghost that drinks blood or whatever. It's some terror that haunts us. And this way these stories are created, this way these ideas are suddenly exaggerated, he potentially just ate birds and, I don't know, other small creatures, and you found maybe some remains of them. Think, okay, what entity would do something like this? And then from here, the story, you tell it your neighbor tells the story a bit different, and at the 10th neighbor, it's a blood drinking ghost that eats babies. That's kind of I think what Tolkien tries to encompass, to demonstrate here, how this is created, and this kind of gives you also a feeling for the world, which I think is pretty great. But you always have to think that Tolkien was rooted very deeply in mythology in many ways, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good comparison if we compare it to the story of Helm Hammerhand. So here we can read I see if we can find it actually. Yeah, here it is. Let me just think. In Helm's Deep there was a great hunger after Yule, after Yule, and being in despair against the king's counsel, Hama, his younger son, led men out on a sortie and foray, but they were lost in the snow. Helm grew fierce and gaunt for famine and grief, and the dread of him alone was worth many men in the defense of the burg. He would go out by himself clad in white and stalk like a snow troll into the camps of his enemies and slay many men with his hands. It was believed that if he bore no weapon would bite on him. The Dunelandings said that if he would find no food, he ate men. That tale lasted long in Duneland. Helm had a great horn, and soon it was marked that before he sallied forth, he would blow a blast upon it that echoed in the deep, and then so great a fear fell on his enemies that instead of gathering to take him or kill him, they fled away down the Coombe. It was terribly read by myself. I should have zoomed in a little bit. But yeah, here we have like another story, mythology, a legend, and you can see this tale lasted long in Duneland. So in the way, I think this tale also will last long in the tales of the people of the woodmen living there in Mirkwood. So yeah, Time Lord guy, that's a good comparison for sure. So chat, I'm not sure if there are questions left. I mean, the film is just 40 minutes. We're now 2 hours in if I subtract my starting up pause, which is always very long. But I want, yeah, sometimes, you know, I have to do preparations for the stream. And I think, okay, just start the stream so people know it's starting soon, have time to gather, grab a snack or something. I'm not in a haste till it goes on, so, you know, just relax a bit. But it's a very cool fan film, I have to admit it. I really like that one. Maybe we can make a watch party, like I said, again with the Redux version at some point, maybe when we watch after the Hobbit films, because it plays after the Hobbit and before Lord of the Rings. I think they made, like I said in the film, some changes you kind of notice, but it's not a big deal. Otherwise, it's fairly accurate, to be honest. What we see there, like I said, it seems like Gollum is not found directly in the Dead Marshes, but somewhere in some forest area, which is okay. Their trouble with a sack, okay, I can understand that the budget restriction to have like a fully animated or whatever Gollum walking next to Gollum for like 20 minutes is too expensive to kind of make this work. But no encounter in Lothlorien with, I don't know, the Galadrim, so the people of Galadriel, wood elves there. The orc attack was kind of put a bit earlier, so when Gandalf shortly before he arrived at Thranduil's realm or halls, he was attacked by orcs. The orc attack came kind of later, so after Gollum delivered him there, he went away and did his own stuff again, and Gandalf came, interrogated Gollum, and then he left, and after he left, then at some point Thranduil was attacked. And this is interestingly, the attack of Thranduil is the reason why Legolas comes to Imladris to report on this. This is the reason why Legolas actually gets here. They want to say, well, we screwed up, Gollum's gone. Yeah, this Pumpkin Rick, I'm sometimes a bit spontaneous with this. In this case, it had to do with I wanted to announce it. You know, the problem is always with going live on YouTube, I need a thumbnail. And when the idea, like I didn't know how long it would take me to finish the video last time. And in theory, I should have announced this live stream right after the video release. But on the other side, I said, well, I just released a video, so I don't want to take away or distract people from getting notified with this video. Maybe the live stream would distract them or not kill some notifications or whatever. I don't know how YouTube works in this regard. It's cursed on my channel anyway. So I was a bit hesitant to announce it right away, and I was so tired that day that I didn't feel like, okay, opening Photoshop, creating a thumbnail for this, I just need to rest a little bit. So yeah, you are definitely right. I should maybe announce the live streams a few days before they actually happen, and that's a bit That's a problem. If I can, I try to announce the live streams earlier though. Yeah, I should announce it a day or two before the live stream starts. It's always a bit spontaneous. I announced it, I don't know, 7, 8 hours ago before it started. It was maybe a bit of a short thing. The problem is sometimes I don't know when I will be there, you know, that's, like I said, my schedule, I'm very bad with scheduling things. That's always kind of a problem. Which is unusual for a German, but that's simply how I try to improve, though, because you're absolutely right. If I can, I should announce the streams earlier for sure. But keep in mind, sometimes I'm a bit more on the spontaneous side of things. And I thought this year was also an interesting idea, which I almost forgot about. Somebody suggested to me, shouts to Anivia Sub, I think it was his suggestion that we watch the Hunt for Gollum fan film. And that was a good call, I think. It was a really good time we had here, or I had here. I think you people might have enjoyed it as well. But yeah, beyond this, like I said earlier, we might, like, I will keep the live streams here on this channel for quite some time, I think, because they work fairly well here. Not sure yet, though, how this will work. Like, for people who just tuned in or came a bit later, currently there is the problem, and it really is a problem, that this channel here in its performance for years now is so inconsistent that it's I think the correct term would be very frustrating and annoying for me. I know a lot of people already subscribed to a potential new channel. Maybe I can show it here on screen. Yeah, for sure I can. There's nothing uploaded here yet. I mentioned it also in the lore video at the end. The problem is I have to get out the word, and I don't know. You will hear it a lot in the upcoming days. For people who have heard this 5 times now, I'm sorry. But I have to get the word out, and a big problem of my channel currently is that reaching people is a problem. Like, the people subscribe to me, I have this feeling I only reach like 2% of those people, and that's not great. Just come back to the topic. So yeah, we have. I would seriously think about to try to get this channel to 1,000 subscribers here. There's nothing uploaded yet. There's nothing to see. There will be maybe some re-uploads of the channel you are on right now. But I really think of moving there. And I will experiment. Maybe this experiment fails. I don't know. But I will try out some stuff. Maybe re-releasing stuff there. And this channel then will be only lore uploads. So there's nothing, there will be no stuff that is not Tolkien related on this channel. It will be purely monothematic. And I will re-upload some of the old videos here as well that perform well or whatever. I might abandon this channel then at some point here completely. I'm not sure. Except maybe YouTube also starts fixing things and stuff works again, but I have a bad feeling about this. I gave it so many chances, and maybe this is a step that's long overdue. So if you don't mind that, I would definitely appreciate if you subscribe to this channel, because to get full YouTube options, I need 4,000 watched hours and 1,000 subscribers on this channel. We're at 23 now, so 977 to go. Yeah, it's not in my recommended channel yet. I have to still do the stuff. I will do a channel update video here on this to kind of promote it a little bit more, though also all people know, I hope. Haven't done this yet, but I will mention it a few times. There will be an update video for this here. As a result, yeah, it's already in the Linktree thing, and it's still called @tphloren for English. The German channel will be called tphlore.de, and I want to call this channel tphlore with @tphlore. The problem is the following: if you change the handle, which I did for the German channel, I changed it to tphlore.de, it is blocked for 2 weeks. After that, it's, I hope, unblocked, and then I can change this channel handle to tphlore without en. And this will become my official German English lore channel, kind of. At least as this works. For the time being, because here on this channel I have 46,000 subscribers or something like that. And I still reach people here, and is my legacy kind of on YouTube at least. I started 2013. That's 12 years ago with this channel. It's over a decade old. It feels kind of sad to leave it behind, but at this point, the performance on this channel and how videos work and are recommended to people is just so weird that I have no idea what else to do. You know, I just want to upload a video, and people who subscribe to my channel get notified. That's basically all I want. And maybe people who are interested in lore videos get a recommendation of my videos here and there. I was subscribed, not sure. Okay, that's impressive. But yeah, just to tell you the stuff here as well. Besides this, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, on this channel, I try to definitely make Let me just switch around. Yeah, here on this channel, yeah, I try to make a bit more content again. I started with Tales of the Shire a bit. We have some live streams here and there. I made like this. These are 1.5 hours of lore videos just that I produced in like 2 weeks. That was tough, I can tell you, to put out this much content. My first idea was when it comes to this video, it was long, so I make a shorter one next. Performance 500 views in a day is not great, to be honest. If the video would be distantly okayish if we would have hit 1,500 like at this point, and it was okayish. But there was a time I uploaded a video like this, and it got in 2 days it got 7,000 views or something. You could say the times are over for me, whatever, but yeah, 500 is a little bit low even for my standards, to be honest. I mean, it's 46.6k subscribers. Like, even if only 10% of the people get notified, and I know most of my subscribers subscribe to lore content and would like to watch the video, then like if a couple of thousand views should be possible, I think, on this channel this size. Nice, thank you, Joe, much appreciated. Yeah, the clickbait stuff and so on. I think the thumbnail is not good, but it was kind of difficult to make a good thumbnail for that. And the reason why do people use clickbait titles and stuff? Because it works. And it's kind of the sad truth, I think. But yeah, this in 2 weeks, not even 1,000 views or almost 1,000 views. Oh boy, that hurts a lot. This video was so much work to make. Like, it's an hour-long lore video. They are tough to make. But I don't want to complain too much. I think the content is good. The feedback is really positive on the video. So people who watch it usually say, wow, that's an awesome video. Why does it only have so few views? Yeah, I don't know. Ask these guys here. Anthony, also thank you so much. Yeah, like I said, here I reach relatively few people on the live stream. So we had the Tales of the Shire live stream, which had like I don't know, 80 viewers at some point. So people really liked this cozy Tales of the Shire live stream we did a few days ago, 5 days ago. So that was pretty nice. We also did the other lore Q&A stream. We did this Tales of the Shire thing. This is 6 months ago. Yeah, I had a long break from all of this. But I try to do more lore content now. The problem is for me finding a balance, because we also have the games channel. If you know this channel for a long time, you have seen this video here, the Genoverse theory video. It's about Final Fantasy VII, one of my favorite video games. And what's interesting is I just re-uploaded it to my games channel, and see, it hits 8,000 views. I didn't expect 1 million views on this, but that's actually a pretty reasonable thing, and we got to 1,000 subscribers here as well. So I have everything strictly, separated. We have one channel now for lore, or the other one that I haven't linked yet. We have one channel for video games. I have even channels for German lore videos in German, lore videos in games videos in German as well. But the day only has 24 hours, and finding the balance to just between lore content and games content and live streaming, which I also really like to do. Like I really like streaming video games live on Twitch and also on YouTube. It's so much fun for me. The problem is always, finding the balance doing all this. Live streaming is just so time consuming. Like I like streaming. I like streaming 8 hours for me is like playing a game I really enjoy is nothing. You should do some speculation with Final Fantasy Part 3. The problem is I don't like the remake series that much. That's I'm a very motivation-driven creator. If I have the motivation and passion for a project and think, okay, that's what I want to do, then I'm willing to put months of work into it if it has to be. So months is always kind of a bit critical. At some points you get tired of a project, but you get the point. Like we did the Who's Elrond 3-hour second age video. Like look at this thing here. One of my it's 2 hours 47 minutes. To this day I have no idea how I produced this video. Like producing a video like this is tough because it's of the length. Just editing it takes forever. Like it's just, I don't know. It was just weeks of editing, weeks of voice recording, and months of writing it. Well, biggest project I've ever done on this channel, but it got 500,000 views, so I'm happy with that. But it's tough. I played 2 remakes, and that motivated me to play the original. I'm 35, by the way, so I kind of missed it. And was saying, okay, how did you like the original then? And how did you like the remakes? Now I'm talking not about lore anymore, but since since chat is very silent right now, amazing. Okay, I really like the original as well. It definitely is a game. In a weird way, it influenced me in many ways. Like I like to dive into the lore of Lord of the Rings and go into the texts and find things out, and I really appreciate when people, but I know that all of you, or a lot of people are also very knowledgeable when it comes to the lore of Lord of the Rings, and I really appreciate it when people that I know a lot about the lore say, hey, this I forgot or didn't know. If you manage to dig this deep that you can uncover information that even very knowledgeable people are not aware of, that definitely shows me, okay, I did something right, and it's I was successful in my task to find things, if that makes sense, to find information, to put them in a video, put them well together, and so on. Yeah, that's pretty cool that you were so hooked with this. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII was like also a game where I did exactly this just as a teenager. You know, I went down. I had really handwritten pages of the dialogue because it wasn't that easy to extract that back in the day from a PlayStation 1 thing to extract dialogue. Today there are tools where you could simply extract the text from it. It's all digitalized in the internet by now anyway. But back in the day it was not the case. So I had to hand write I was just writing with my on a settle hand write down the dialogues of this to kind of get an idea and understanding of it of the theory, and use this then in some online forums in discussions about the story and so on. You could say, yeah, in this scene he says this, and this is why, you know, this is the way I kind of learned how to structure things. You know, that was a huge part of my youth in a way, and learning this. You could argue learn this in school, but to a degree learn it in school and later at university and so on. But I think my roots or my start with this was definitely Final Fantasy VII. That was a game that had a huge impact on me as a person, and my passion for this kind of allowed me to develop some skills in this regard or kind of push me into this direction. That's why that's such an important video game for me personally. And I think what I'm doing with the lore videos these days and covering these secrets, trying to find things out and looking to the text deeply and so on, that's something that I got pushed into this direction by Final Fantasy VII and discussing it in some nerdy online forums back in the day. So yeah, that's kind of a fascinating thing to realize. The other game would be Deus Ex 1 from 2000. That's also one of my favorite games. It also had a huge impact on me. But yeah, kind of interesting. So yeah, I want to make a channel update video as well. Now we're also at 26 people already. Thank you for your support there. Much appreciated. But yes, basically, you know, what is a YouTube channel? You know, it's just the people, the community subscribing there. The channel itself, the digitalized virtual location, has no actual means. The music is timeless. You can hear the cry of the planet. Yeah, for sure. The music is legendary. I almost got the autograph of the composer of the original Final Fantasy VII music, Nobuo Uematsu. Hard to say name for me. And there was like a concert in Cologne, and they played music of his works. So there was an orchestra there, there was a concert simply, and they played from his video game works, and he was there as a honorable, what do you call it, as a guest, as a star guest, honorable guest, there also listening to the concert. And there was an hour for autographs. Do you say the autographs, Autogrammstunde, whatever it's in English, but you can get a signature. You know, but I was too late, as always. Like, it's me being... I was not too late to the concert, but I was too late to get early enough in line to have a chance. New channel will be this. The handle will change, so I link it to you like this, which is a bit inconvenient for sure, but the handle will change next week to TPH Lore, as explained. But yeah, I was there. I stood in line, but the concert then at some point started. The autograph, the signature hour, whatever you call it, was before the concert, and then the concert started, and then the other people in line unfortunately had no luck, me included. I had my Final Fantasy VII PC version, which is relatively rare. with me. So it would be awesome to get his autograph on that. Or his signature, whatever you call it. So many great videos, yeah. It's currently on the new channel, there's nothing uploaded yet. I might start with the Galadriel video. It's something I want to try out. There's some other classic. Hey, let me know in the comments somewhere here on this channel, write me here on the VOD of this thing here. Maybe when I do the channel update video. Let me know what videos you want to see. I also thought about re-editing some of the old videos, like who is Sauron, and so on, to make like a new video. I even think about making splitting the Who is Gandalf video into 4 parts, each part for each Istari 1, or for each Istar, whatever the correct form is. For each wizard, yeah, it's singular. So for each Istar, 1 video. Because my original video for that, let me just see if we can find it here in the list. Something to show. Yeah, Lost Odyssey was, I think, also he made music for. It was Lost Odyssey or Last Story, something like that. I've never played them, to be fair. So I have no real opinion because my knowledge is not there. But yeah, here we have this classic with 1.3 million views. This one here, I have to move all the way around. But it's easier to just sort by most popular, I think. This one here, 7 years ago. That's one of my, I think Aragon 8 years ago was one of my first videos. Or this one. We had the, this is where my lore journey started. Originally I did like mostly only game videos. Then with Shadow of Mordor I started doing that. So it was a long journey 8 years ago. It was easier to get views 8 years ago on these topics. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you want a remake of some of those. I could definitely imagine. The problem will be re-editing will be a problem because I have to kind of get the old video files out again. I have them somewhere stored, I think on my old computer, so maybe they're still there. Did some stuff. I forgot that I ever did this video. But yeah, some of these videos I will re-release. Also very happy that the Cyberpunk video finally got 50k views. It's one of my favorite videos I ever made. I have to admit. And it started so weak. I think I would like it. Maybe I have to look into those games at some point. But yeah, I have to. It's kind of the behavior of videos on my channel is like always very strange on this channel. I feel like the channel is cursed when it comes to the algorithm, whatever that means. But one could argue, no, your channels are not because the topic or thumbnail, or I don't know. I feel like I do YouTube long enough to kind of know that, even when on other channels that are not that big that I managed to get like a couple of thousand views easily. If I have the right topic and so on. The problem is always figuring out what the problem is. And this is currently very frustrating for me because, yeah, it's also one of the reasons I took a break a bit of doing YouTube here on this particular channel. because the views are always bad. Like 10 months ago, the views were also bad. Now it's 1.3k is not good. I knew it would maybe not do that well, that video. But I don't know. Before this was Rings of Power. The views there are also kind of mixed. I think the last video that did really well was the Law of the Blue Wizard video. And also the Prelude to the Hobbit video as well. I'm not sure why it did so well, but it did pretty well. But beyond that, it's always a bit weird. Very unfortunate, I think, but I don't know. I have to change something, because it's like the problem for me, or as a creator, is always that sometimes I question myself too much, and that is not good for your mentality, you know, for you as a person. If you just consistently see, okay, you're disappointed, your video didn't perform, what did I do wrong? Was it not a good video? Maybe I made my video style is not good anymore. Maybe, I don't know, should have included better information. You know, you start to question the quality of your work, and that's very frustrating and not good. So I definitely needed a break from that, because it was, like I said, it's not just a recent phenomenon that my videos don't perform well. It was there before all the time. That's all. I love watching you play games. Thank you, much appreciated. And so I did this. I did a lot of gaming content, especially in German on Twitch and so on. Built a small community and so on. That was also a really fun journey. But now I have to find a balance between new people, which I also appreciate a lot, that you still support me, even though I got a bit inactive here on this channel for such a long time, and doing lore content, or doing games content, doing lore content. Find the right balance there. It's really difficult. A video about time travel, while Tolkien confirmed, exists in the LotR Story. Now, it would be interesting, time travel in Tolkien. It's not a bad idea, to be honest, Marty, because Tolkien had a kind of a bet with C.S. Lewis back in the day. And C.S. Lewis was supposed to write a science fiction story, and Tolkien should write a time travel story. And through the time travel story, Numenor was created. So, and C.S. Lewis did actually a science fiction novel series out of this. It's kind of fascinating. And also shoutouts to Doglords, also fantastic creator. I have talked to others as well. Yes, currently I'm not much in contact with the other creators, I have to admit, because I'm too trapped in my German playing Elden Ring bubble. But it is, I have talked to them, and some say, yeah, the views are down and also not going that well. The creators I currently talk on, or recently talked, all complain about YouTube being very weird right now. And for me, YouTube was always weird, and now it's extremely bad in the current, like a lot of creators complain about YouTube. YouTube could change something, it could change nothing. I just have the feeling that starting maybe a new channel and redirecting from the main channel to the new channel, people could help me reach my goals there. We will find out. Actually, we started rewatching the Elrond videos. So good. Yeah, I hope I can complete the series next month or something, and then maybe for the new channel, I'm not sure how we'll do it, but I want to compose an all-in-one version, like with this video here. Before this video, it was 9.7 hours. So let's say this is an hour. It's 9.7 It's 10.6 hours. This is now 11 hours. So I have 1 hour left in the series to cover the ending, Lord of the Rings, and the ending, and then Elrond sailing to the west. In my head, it's not that much to cover anymore because I won't cover Lord of the Rings in all the details, because I've done this elsewhere. You know the story in and out. I might add some interesting information when I find them, but beyond that, that's the story. And I make an all-in-one version that's 12 or 11 hours long, because 12 hours is the maximum I can upload on YouTube. Not sure who, and I have a really good have a really good name for the 12-hour version already. I won't spoil it because I think it's really awesome. The name is awesome. I know what. I'm not sure how I will get the text on the thumbnail, but yeah, all the Who is Elrond stuff together. Where is it? Here. Here's the list. These are all the videos. 2 hours. 3 hours, half an hour, 24 minutes, let's say, I know it's too difficult to, but let's say it's all half an hour, 47 minutes, an hour, 30 minutes. If you combine the lengths, you come to 9.7 hours or something, to 10.6, 10.5 hours, something like that. Quantum Middle Earth. That's a good idea, actually. Maybe I should ask you for title ideas. I mean, for the time travel video. I'm not sure how interested Tolkien was in physics, but yeah, it was a long journey. Like, the script for this video, chat, so far is so long. It shows how much work it was. Maybe I can show the script to you people if you're interested. My secret script. It's not secret, you have heard most of it. I haven't continued writing. Hey Pumpkin Rick, thank you for renewing your membership here on this channel. Much appreciated. Yeah, here's my writing program for it. This is a script, and this is page 139. It's just 139 pages of text. It's a lot I wrote there. There's a lot of work I put into this Who is Elrond series. That's how 11 hours of script look. There's some notes at the end and so on. We are currently here. This is the outro. The outros I will cut out, but yeah. It's that's a book I wrote there. I didn't stop, by the way, because I stopped posting. I switched from Bengal. Yeah, no worries, Pumpkin Rick. Much appreciated. Thank you for your continuous support. If people like asked me in the past, I never really did this step, and I'm not sure if anybody is even interested in this way, but I know some people here support me, even though I sometimes do not post videos for a long time, which I'm a bit sorry about, to let you down there a little bit. But there is actually, I also created, as many creators have, a Patreon page. Currently nobody is there, but I will make a dedicated video for this. So I don't know. It's simply, I don't, like, you can support me with so many different ways. press a like button, leave a comment. It's a classic one. Does not cost really much. Subscribe to my channels. Recommend me further to people who might know, who also like the lore stuff and so on. Stuff like that also already helps and costs you not much except for maybe time. If you deactivate ad blocker, it also helps. Or if you have YouTube Premium, don't worry about ads anyway. And YouTube Premium is also a good way to support people and don't see the annoying ads. I try to keep the ad amount in my videos down a lot. It's potentially not good, but I usually, like I said, my rule of thumb is a pre-roll at the beginning, one ad roll at the end, and if the video is longer than 30-40 minutes, I put one in the middle somewhere. And if it's 2 hours, I might do an ad break every hour or something like that. So I think that's pretty fair compared to other channels that put ad breaks every 10 minutes or 5 minutes into their videos, which YouTube can also do automatically. And if you press automatically set ad things, YouTube does it. But creators have also the option to manually place ads, and that's what I usually do. So yeah, I know ads are annoying, but it's also a way, just cost you time, but support the channel as well. Beyond that, you have the membership here on this channel. You have my Twitch channel. You can subscribe there if you prefer this. There's a tip jar link now if you want to do that. Goes over PayPal, I think. For them, it's a bit complicated. It's not ideal, to be honest. So I can see why people don't want to use that link. I have to find a better solution than that, to be fair. It's over Streamlabs. That's a Twitch thing, actually, and it connects to the Twitch account, but YouTube would also work. But they want strange permissions if you want to use this to send money over PayPal. It's kind of stupid. I think you can also use some bank account stuff in some countries. It depends a little bit. Then also just newly created Patreon if you want to support me. So you have all the different options there in case, like, don't worry too much about it. I'm very happy that you people are just here watching my stuff, pressing the like button, are active in chat, maybe leave a comment or stuff. That's definitely enough. Yeah, that's the problem with the shout. I'm currently not doing any sponsorship segments. Say, yeah, here, word of my sponsor. This is this weird VPN service or whatever. Or Raid Shadow Legend or stuff. But yeah. The problem is why a lot of people do this is it brings a lot of money. Like a lot. In comparison to just showing ads and stuff. So yeah. So I can definitely see why people do this. But what can I say, chat? I don't judge people doing this because I completely understand why. It's so lucrative doing this. And if you have some videos performing, people do this. Wait, Shadow Legends. Yeah. Don't want to shout out them too much, but I don't know. I understand why people do it. It brings a lot of money. I'm currently not planning doing this. But yeah, I don't know. Supporting over the channels here on YouTube, you also have the membership, you have super thanks, you have super chats, you have what other things, super stickers. I have all the features activated. If you want to support me, it works. We will find a way to support me, and I appreciate all of them. Some people sometimes ask where I get the most, where most of the money lands on my bank account. That I guess would be a direct tip over the thing. I think there might be some stuff that then goes to bank processing fees and whatnot, but it's not that much. Twitch, like if you have Amazon Prime, you can connect your Twitch account if you have one to the Twitch account, and then you get one free Prime sub on Twitch. But you have to do it manually every month to give it out. It's not automatically prolonged, even if your thing is still active. But yeah, this would at least not cost you any more, and you just get the free if you have Amazon Prime or whatever. It's a bit complicated though. That's a possibility, but Twitch has like a 50-50 split with subs for affiliates, I think. YouTube has 75, have 70-30, I think, so I get 70, YouTube 30. It's kind of how the splits are. So YouTube is actually a bit better, but I don't know. Like I said, there are all the different ways. I know some people already here have subscribed or put in here some stuff over super thanks or whatever. Much appreciated. Thank you. Don't feel pressure to do any of those. Just if you really want, there are tons of options for that. Okay, it's funny, real fun. But yeah, that's it. The only thing I might do is, it depends a little bit on the game. Like in the case of Tales of the Shire, I'm not even sure if I declared this correctly, because that would be not correct. Oh no, it's correct, because it's simply from the developer. In the case of Tales of the Shire, the PR agency that for Tales of the Shire contacted me and sent me a code. Said, hey, do you want to make content? I said, yes. So I got the game for free, but that's there. What upcoming game are you looking most forward to? Well, that's a tough question, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure. Next game... Let me just look into my list. I think I'm really interested in... where is my list? Range. Too many Elden Ring things. I hope I had the list here. Currently can't find it. I just closed it, I think. The Bloodstained 2. I'm interested in this. That is definitely one thing. I'm looking forward to. Let me just see. I have a list with not out releases yet. Pretty high up on my list. Yeah, definitely the new Bloodstained. Very interested in this. Hollow Knight Silksong just came out. Currently playing it a little bit. Fantastic game with, I think, some minor flaws. I'm interested I'm less interested in playing it, but I'm interested in the impact of what this game might have is Grand Theft Auto 6, or GTA 6, and 117 Pax Romana I'm interested in. Hades 2 is out already, also interested in, but I currently no time to play it. I would love to have a new Soul Calibur, like Soul Calibur 7 or something. That would be awesome. I think that maybe Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 could be interesting. Gothic Remake could be interesting. But yeah, I think that are the games I am currently most interested in, yes. The problem with 10 I like to produce 10-minute videos as well. My problem is I'm so incredibly talkative that when I have a topic I really like, the videos rarely, I have trouble getting the videos to 10 minutes. Signing off now. I enjoyed watching you very much. Good night. Yeah, thank you, Joe, for joining. I wish you also good night and hope you enjoyed the stream. I know it's now at the beginning we start talking less about lore, but there were no questions, so I thought, okay, we can just talk about some other stuff here before going offline. But yeah, thank you for joining. Glad you enjoyed the time here, and have a good night. So yeah, 10-minute videos, difficult for me to make because sometimes I just talk too much. Like I like uncovering information and then suddenly I notice, oh, the video, for example, the Hunt for Gollum video should be 20 minutes long, maybe 25 at most. It got like over 30 minutes. Persona 6, Stranger Than Heaven, new Yakuza game. Okay, that sounds also interesting. I also always want to try it out. And also Witcher 4, I should mention maybe. Witcher 4 I'm also interested. And the new Cyberpunk, by the way. But it's not in full production yet. I think CD Projekt will just make stuff. But yeah, I can see having shorter videos to upload. Maybe I remake or re-upload some of the shorter videos for the new channel. Yeah, I guess everybody looks forward to those. GTA 6, I'm curious. I don't have a PlayStation 5, so I have to wait for the PC version. So when everybody plays GTA 6, I potentially can't play anyway because I have to wait until the PC version comes out. But I'm very curious what the impact of this game is and how it will be. Yeah, Wolfhunt, there will be a new Cyberpunk in, I don't know, 5 years or something. So Witcher, I'm not sure when Witcher 4 will be released. If they have like a time frame for the new Witcher game. They haven't showed any stuff for Witcher 6 that looks like there was the tech demo for it and some cinematic trailers. I assume Witcher 6 is either Witcher 4 is next year or 2027. And then Cyberpunk will also take 3 to 4 years. So I would with the new Cyberpunk game I would not expect before 2029, 2030, which sounds crazy to just say these numbers, to be honest. Yeah, I assume it will be console first. Like Rockstar always did this, the console versions first. Maybe they changed this with GTA 6, but if I remember correctly, they already confirmed that the PC version won't be released, but it will be released later again. Wolfhunt in Twitch chat says also, yeah, he thinks so as well, that they confirmed this already. I could be wrong here. Want to trade your PC for my PlayStation 5? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so, Wolfhunt. I mean, I can look it up. I can try to find out. Will GTA 6 be released on PC at the same time? Maybe they haven't commented on it. I could swear there was like some info put out somewhere. Okay, Take-Two talks GTA 6 not coming to PC at launch. I don't want to read it all. When you have big title in the market and we have many of them coming historically, that has sold consoles. Zelnick said. Regarding PC launch, Zelnick says that the company knows how big the market is. According to Take-Two boss, PC versions of the game can result in up to 40% of the game's total sales. Not something that's lost on him. We have seen PC become much more and more important part of what used to be console business, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that trend continued. That's a summary. That's an IGN interview. I can link the IGN interview if you are interested. Let me just get rid of the tracking in the URL. I've not read it yet, but yeah, we can maybe look into it. A PlayStation 5 is relatively cheap now, though to be fair, like the PlayStation 5 came out, PS5 came out 2020. It's 5 years out, and the PlayStation 5 still costs here in Europe at least. I could get one include shipping costs. 476 for a base PlayStation 5 Slim with, I think, the with a drive in it, with a Blu-ray drive. That's relatively expensive, considered that the same price as ever, basically, for the console. It hasn't gotten really cheaper, and in some places it even got more expensive, I think. I bought it cheaper than it is right now. Yeah, that's a problem, right? We live in crazy times when it comes to PC. It has to do with Moore's Law, I think, and with tariffs, of course, and post-Corona problems. Like, Corona was a big part of why it was so expensive. COVID, you say in I think in the US or in the English hemisphere, I think. So COVID was a big part, and the distribution, shipping chains being disturbed. So suddenly things got more expensive. Also, people were at home, had time to buy consoles and play all day, had more time for stuff like this. As a result, the demand was very high, the supply was low. As a result, the prices explode. Then it recovered a little bit, and then new stuff was happening. I don't want to get here too political, but there are some developments on the world, unfortunately now, especially with higher energy costs and so on, that also have to do with some wars going on here and there. You have heard about those. They want to bring all this information. Don't want to get never be political on stuff here. I have my opinion, of course, but I just keep it for myself, I think. But I think things could be smoother as they're currently running, but yeah, it's there are a lot of reasons simply for all of this. It's complicated, it's complex time we live in, and on top of that, the problem is, like, there's the so-called Moore's Law, which is the observation by a dude called Mr. Moore, I think, that every 2 years the amount of transistors in a processor, that in the top-notch processors, double. And this law is dead for some time now. That means basically in the past you could predict that the processing power in 2 years would be this amount bigger than it is currently. And since the law is dead, you can't predict this. Like the spends for the next processor generation coming out is slowing down. That has these improvements that you need to overcome this. As a result, the PlayStation 5 being a very, or even the PlayStation 5 Pro, whatever, high-end gaming PC, whatever, currently is so powerful that the next generation kind of has trouble to overcome it, except you put more power into it and say, well, we have this processor and we just push more watts in it and make it more powerful this way. But this is very limited. We don't get more power by making things smaller anymore, because making things smaller has become so difficult right now that you have diminishing returns, so to say, in increasing processing power. As a result, old hardware isn't losing its value as fast as it was in the past. As a result, prices come down slowly, and in some cases, like I think Microsoft and also Sony, they've even increased their prices. Like it's ridiculous. You think we're 5 years into the console generation. Why is your console getting more expensive instead of cheaper as it was in the past, and stuff like that? So yeah, complicated topic. Corona did make me play video games again. I had like a 10-year pause of gaming before that. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I was always in love with video games, so always played them a lot. I think Corona didn't help in this regard, to be honest, but yeah. But it's interesting to see, or nice to see, that so many people also joined the hobby. But the problem right now is definitely too much stuff. Then on the PC sector, we also have the problem. It's called Nvidia, and they have absolute market power currently, or almost absolute. Like for example, I can't buy an AMD processor because I need CUDA cores for editing, and they also have a better video encoder for streaming and encoding stuff. So I'm trapped. I have to, and Nvidia is market leader, and they take whatever prices they think they can take, and they get away with it because they have no real competition on the high-end segment. As a result, I'm screwed. Kind of. But yeah, it's not good that they have so little competition. And they just bought, I think, for $5 billion, they bought into Intel. So wow, I can't see anything going wrong there. Yeah, it's kind of over, I guess, but the problem is definitely the video encoder is just like NVENC is just really good, and the direct comparison for streaming stuff we're going with AMD is difficult. Else I would definitely like to go. Also, AMD currently has no graphics card that competes with the 5080. I currently have a 3080, and there are potentially AMD cards that are as powerful, but currently AMD has no card competing with the 5080. Not like I will buy a 58. I will wait as long as I can keep my current card and not upgrade. But at some point I have to upgrade. Mac is a problem. I game a lot. So on PC I stream a lot and so on. There's not better. It's not just marketing, it's also, I mean, the 5080 is a terrible card in of itself, because it's kind of, I don't know, it's shrinkflation basically. Like the 5080 is not powerful enough for the price, And in the past it was like the amount of, let's say, power or transistors, for example, the amount of, or CUDA cores, the amount of CUDA cores or cores in the card was always like, that's the 90 model, the top tier model, basically. Let's say 4090, 5090 right now, 3090 or 3090 Ti. And the like the 3080 has like 70% of the cores of the 5090, something like this. I think it's even 75 or something like this. The 5080 has 50% of the 5090. Like they shrank the amount of cores that should be in this card on this price tag. But it's still so good that, and it has no competition. But yeah, that's kind of my current struggles. It's not a struggle currently. It's just for a lot of software I use, I need CUDA cores, and AMD has nothing like CUDA cores, unfortunately. Like, you have a lot of software, and if I don't get the same performance on this, then it uses my CPU, which is also pretty good, but the performance you need for 4K editing and so on, you definitely notice differences there. Yeah, AMD has some solutions, but they are simply not as good. But for everybody else who is not editing, doing video stuff, and some other stuff that uses CUDA cores, and you are kind of need them, yeah, potentially going AMD is good. But I'm potentially not the right person for that. You're looking for a Nintendo 3DS. Why is it so expensive? Well, it's a beloved console. I think it's not produced anymore. So you have still a demand for the consoles, Wolfhund, and you have a limited supply. As a result, when the supply goes slow and the demand is high, you get high prices. That's why you still pay 200 to 300 euro for a Nintendo 3DS if you want one. It becomes very extreme if things become collectibles. Like, go on eBay and search for, I don't know, a Super Nintendo or something like this. Well, Super Nintendo is maybe a bad example because there were a lot of them. But yeah, Super Nintendo in a good condition, old school. I used to buy. I had to rebuy a Super Nintendo at one point. I bought it for like 50 euros or something. Good luck finding that for a really good one. Good luck finding it now for that price. It may be a lot higher. Then there are some extreme rare cases, like, I don't know, like a Neo Geo or something like that. Especially Neo Geo games and some rare games for the Super Nintendo. Or Google Super Nintendo Super Metroid. Like, with a box and so on, you pay like, I don't know, 500 or something euros or something like that for it. Your old one broke, oh no. Maybe you can repair it. Maybe find a repair shop. Became a gaming stream, yeah. You know, my problem is a bit, I always would love to make frequently game news streams or something like this. The problem is I need a person I can talk to. That's always a problem. Yeah, I hope so much that AMD can keep up, so they have competition there. But I hope AMD can do the trick. I'm also rooting for AMD, like also for Intel. That Intel's graphics card division, though, I'm not sure if they will kill it or not, because it's such a huge investment for Intel to get into the graphics card market. I think they should, but now that Nvidia is also investor of Intel, problematic. It's over. Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. Fingers crossed. Let's hope. You know, like I would just like a classic podcast format or something like this, where you talk to somebody who is also enthusiastic with. You need somebody you know who works, I guess, in a dialogue environment and so on. Like the technical problem is not the problem. I just need to find a good partner for producing this. I know some people where I could do this in German. I don't know that many people in the English community where I could do this. Yeah, that is true. Nvidia killed Voodoo, yeah. Or the 3DFX days. I mean, I could also try different guests or so. I tried this with my Rings and Games podcast format thing. But it's a lot of work, kind of preparing this and so on, organizing, finding a guest that wants to be, that has something to say. Then there are no Lord of the Rings news as often. Yeah, it was always difficult to make this. We used to support the Metrox DigiSuit system. It was 4 full-length PCI cards, $20,000 a piece. Okay, sick. Which time was that? Must also be, I think, a bit in the past, right? (2000s) when CNN and ESPN first started real-time broadcast overlay. Oh, interesting. These were only one of 3 worldwide support companies that took into consideration IRQ assignment. Well, oh man. Crazy. I wanted to be the Matrox G450 to be the option versus Nvidia. Very interesting. Why is Nintendo getting so much more expensive? The reason is Nintendo always had like a good handling for a good management of their supply. They would never oversupply, and they would never reduce prices for their games. So you have a very consistent price economy for Nintendo, which is good for them. And they still have a lot of people who are interested in their product. So yeah, that's a good combination, I think. But like classic Nintendo games rarely go on sale. Like Nintendo knows if we don't lower the prices, then people get not used to lower prices on their game. That's different on other platforms where games sometimes are just pushed out for after some years for very low prices. That's not the case how Nintendo handles their price policy. That's why they always kind of stay very high in price. I'm not saying it has to be me, but could be a good start maybe getting someone from Discord. We trust not to some crazy shit on start discussion for. Yeah, definitely. I have to look. But the problem is, it will also take time. That's currently what I have quite a bit of what do you call lack of. I lack a bit of time currently. It's just too much stuff I have to do. in general, Nintendo always did this with all their consoles. They never really put in huge discounts. I guess, except the console doesn't run well, like the Wii U or something. I think there were quite a bit of discounts, which is unusual for Nintendo and shows you, well, it's not going too well. I think they also did a price cut for the GameCube. That helped it quite a bit. Also, I think they did a price cut for some of the handhelds as well. Maybe it was a 3DS. It was too expensive at the start and they made it a bit cheaper. But yeah, usually Nintendo's very consistent with pricing. And now with all the game developers have increased or the big console companies have increased their prices. But you can, I think though, even though the stuff is expensive, of course. But you can get Donkey Kong Bonanza for the Switch 2 currently for $61.90. So you can get cheaper prices, I think. Maybe not on release, but was also relatively expensive. Not sure what Mario Kart World currently costs. 68. So we get it for 70 Mule Fund. If you look a bit out for it, you find also the Switch 2 games below the price of 80 or 90 or whatever they want for it. You can definitely get those a bit cheaper. Still expensive, but not that expensive. Okay, we have now talked about all kinds of topics except for why we actually came here. That's a bit unfortunate, I think, but I enjoyed my time here, chat. Always good streams. Thank you, BuzzVRE. We watched The Hunt for Gollum, the fan film. That's why we gathered here. PS5 Slim with a disk drive is the exact same price as the new Switch. That's crazy, to be honest. Let me just see. The Switch is really expensive. This is Mario Kart. Let me just see the cheapest price I can get for the Switch 2. I'm curious. Yeah, it's here the same price. The cheapest I could find is with shipping, like let's say 465 to 467 euros. And the PlayStation 5 Slim 1 terabyte with disk drive is 476, so basically the same price. And the Mario Kart bundle, which is a better deal, I think. Okay, we have one. Is it with shipping? It's with shipping. The one about 500. Cheapest would be 488 or 400. Let's say 490 with Mario Kart. Very interesting, chat. 569. Okay, that's really expensive. Hey, Balder, nice to see you. Oh, Rosemary's back. That's why I thought you said hello. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, welcome, Rosemary. Welcome back. But yeah, I would say shall we slowly end the stream because we're so off topic right now. But we answered a lot of lore questions at the end, or a few lore questions. We watched the watch party for the Hunt of the Gollum film, which was really fun to watch. Really well made, very impressive actually for such a small budget. Keep in mind that a full budget film has like 1,000 times the budget of this film, or more. In some case, maybe even 10,000 times the budget. $5.99. Okay, that's really expensive. Yeah, you can definitely get quite a bit of cash if you have some old modules and so on. Collectors' prices are really massive. I'm not sure if I just switched to German by accident. Sorry. But yeah, Switch 2 would also be interesting for me, I think. Because I don't know, there's always some cool stuff coming out. Not currently, but later maybe with Metroid and I don't know what. If it's good. It's not that off topic. You also have a gaming channel. That's true. So we'll always have crossover, embrace the chaos. I try. I try. But yeah, I think we should wrap up the stream because people are already leaving and say, okay, they're talking about stuff we don't know. It's maybe good to have this separate. I also would like on the games channel to continue Indiana Jones. We had so much fun last time. We really like the Indiana Jones game. The Great Circle, it's called. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Fantastic game, really like it. And yeah, we currently played it a little bit on the games channel. That was fun again. And we might play it again at some point. On my German Twitch channel, there's always some other stuff like Elden Ring and whatnot. I also think about for the games channel to make also a new video. I think about it. I know people get tired of Elden Ring content, but it's simply I have to consider what game do I know well enough to make like a guide or something. And even though I'm a bit late to the party, we could try to make an Elden Ring beginner's guide or something like that. Thought about this. It's like 90 euros on PlayStation 5 and the game is not even on the disc. Oh no. So I should watch you play it probably. It's on Game Pass. That's why I play it currently, Indiana Jones, in case you mean that. But yeah, it's a cool game. I definitely like it. So the price sounds a bit expensive. Not sure what it costs on other platforms. Like, is it on? I would assume it's on Steam. Indiana Jones Great Circle. Yeah, 70 on Steam currently. That's expensive here. No, also 70 on Greenman Gaming. No chance to get it cheaper. 89.99. Yeah, okay. But that's kind of crazy. Microsoft, I just read recently that Microsoft increased the prices for their consoles, yet, and, oh, Battlefield 6, by the way, was another game I'm kind of looking forward to, by the way. I know a way to get it cheaper, but let's not discuss this in too much detail, Balder. But maybe you mean just in the Game Pass. Yar, Balder. But yeah, shall we wrap it up, chat? I'm just talking too much, I think. Yeah, the Game Pass. Delta Force I also had good things about. Get it cheaper by programming your own version. That would also be an option, yes. A time-consuming option, but you would learn a lot of things, I think. Chaotic lawful. Okay, chat. So I didn't update it. Wait a moment. That's not the correct credit image. Yeah, and on top of that, of course, shoutouts to Pumpkin Rick. I didn't include him in the image yet, so I would have to make it new. Though to be fair, the shoutouts is only on tier 2 or tier 3 for the membership. Also oriented with these things for the Patreon. Though the Patreon prices are a bit strange because I set the Patreon prices to euros, and in dollars, instead of $1, it's now 150 or something, but I think people will survive that. I hope. I'm not sure if there's an option for regional pricing, so I can maybe reduce it to $1 or something, I don't know. So I just, shoutouts and huge thank you again to all the supporters on all the different channels. Quite a few by now. A lot of the people out of the German channel. Thank you so much for your continuous support there and here and over the different channels. And like I said, now you have more options, whatever you like. I think, to be fair, especially for my game stream stuff, I think the Twitch sub, because you don't get ads when you watch the video on the channel, is I think the biggest benefit, to be fair. I would love to that YouTube would add the option that, let's say, a membership is $5, €5, or your regional equivalent of that price tag. That it says, okay, for this price tag, or let's say 6 or whatever, then you would not see ads on my channel anymore. That I think, or at least it's an option you could activate or so. That I think would be nice. But yeah, I think for 6 or something, YouTube Premium Lite or something like that, you can also get for like $6, $7, $8. I don't know the price. If you watch a lot of YouTube, that's, I guess, also a good way. premium ad views. You don't see the ads, but I still get ad revenue. For the Twitch subs, I don't get ad revenue when you are subscribed. But I guess if you're subscribed, you gave me more money than you will ever produce in ads in like a year. So, yeah. Of course, there's the adblock version, but the point is more like if you use adblock, I don't earn anything with the video, and then I can't pay my rent. So that's always a problem. But yeah, that's much appreciated, Balder. But yeah, I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day. Again, like I said, huge shout outs to all the supporters here. Thank you, people, for watching. I wish you a good night and sleep well. I like it when Chris can pay rent. Yeah, I also like that. And maybe have enough money left for ice cream. That's basically all I need. Though now in winter I eat less ice cream, to be fair. But enough stupid talking. I wish you rent like a rentner. Strong one, Balder. Wait, Balder, I have a perfect sound. Well, it's an insider joke. Nobody would understand it except for the Twitch viewers. However, yeah, thank you for watching. I wish you a good night. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If so, let me know in the comments. Leave a like button, maybe subscribe, and yeah, I'll link all the stuff in the description. Also, like the Hunt for Gollum fan film, which was a lot of fun, well made. I can just yeah, express my respect for the people working hard on a project like this and so on, and then it was taken down. It's potentially a lot of very annoying for people there as well. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. If you want to follow this channel further, I might migrate to this new channel, which is linked in the description as well. There will be an update video. I mentioned it. I can just post it here. I need 1,000 subscribers on the channel. You potentially have already subscribed. I said it a million times. But yeah, there you can there I might upload a video or something also soon. I have to think this through in the next upcoming days a little bit more, and there will be content. I also want to complete the Who's Elrond series, so that will be the last lore video, will be the War of the Ring and the ending, and then it's over. I think I can do this in one more video, maybe 20, 25, 30 minutes again, I'm not sure. We will see how long it will be. Maybe it will only be 15 minutes. I don't know how long it will be. Depends on how much detail I cover Lord of the Rings. Like if I cover Lord of the Rings in a lot of detail, I could make 10 videos still. But yeah, I try to avoid this because we have other series for that, for the explicit Lord of the Rings stuff, which we might also return to. There's the film book series. Might make a new video there at some point as well. And try to find the balance. Next will be, though, a games video on the games channel, because I need to feed that as well. Maybe there's some interesting games news we can discuss, or something comes out. I plan to make maybe a Cyberpunk mod showcase. So modding in Cyberpunk is a huge topic. Show some cool mods that are out these days. Might get some views there as well. So yeah, that's content you can expect in the upcoming time, I think. And I think that's all there is to say. So thank you, people, for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day, evening, good night, good morning, whatever time zone you are currently in. And I would say thank you for watching. See you, people, next time. Goodbye. And now at the end, I also press the running ad button for one last time here at the end. So yeah, just keep here the screen for the time and shut up. So see you later.